Okay, just a moment here. Hello, 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 everyone. How are all of you? Hopefully you're all doing well. We're going to play some more Diablo 4, try and get through some more of this story. Everyone, that was stuck. That would have been no good. Actually, wait. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Illusion Fox Gaming. Looks like we're going to be trying... Hopefully my friend's going to be joining us here in a few moments. He says it's going to be a few more moments, but... Ah!
Why do we go to this place? There's nothing left for me. Can't you see that? Just let me return. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. Do not have enough spirit.
Wasn't able to kill it. That was just a little bit of stress. Let's see if I can lighten that up a little bit, actually. Okay. That looks a little bit better.
Do you feel that? The swamp's magic is more potent here.
Valka brought me to this place when I was younger. Here, you can face your demons, whether they be fear or grief.
Who is... No. No, I've had enough of this.
And what will you do instead? Nothing in this swamp is free, Haradrim. Not even your magic. Whatever logic you think will win the day, you are mistaken. Where is your sense of adventure? Huh? Not buried in your youth, is it? Go outside and make an offering to the swamp. A ring, a necklace, something you hold dear. While you do, our friend here will collect two things: maggot ichor and yellow lotus.
This is foolish.
One moment here, please. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so it says everything I need still in here. Not exactly helpful.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Okay. Sorry about that. Was just trying to check something. Waiting on some messages about something and Okay.
I must wait a moment.
Okay, so we explored this side. We got the yellow lotus we were looking for.
I'm not ready yet.
There we go.
I'm out of spirits.
Okay.
I must wait a moment.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Ah, perfect.
Welcome to being live on stream. How are you, North?
Doing all right, Illusion. Doing all right. Good day. Had some brief shenanigans. Thought I left my cell phone out in my car. Went out to the car. It wasn't out in the car. So it turns out I dropped it in my laundry basket for whatever reason. I probably spent 20 minutes looking for it.
Fun.
I'm getting old. Getting the early Alzheimer's. So what are you doing? Where are you at right now?
I haven't gotten very far.
All right. Well,
I'm
send me an invite and I will join you. Ooh.
I'm trying to collect a lotus and some maggot queen ichor.
Are you still working on Donan's fix the soul stone thingy?
Yep.
All right. Oh.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure what day it would be.
Okay.
I said I wasn't sure if it was going to be crazy.
Ow! No! 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 I blame you.
Hey, what did I do?
You weren't there.
I was on my way.
But you admit you weren't there.
And you're playing a druid, which means you should be outclassing me. I mean, even though I am level 79, that's not the point.
No,
You're
you
playing one of the
way out DPS Druid.
What? No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I've been in Legion events where I've seen druids just show up and wipe the field.
No, you will way out DPS me.
Well, I mean, that's unfortunate. Of course, then again, I'm surprised you didn't play a rogue.
My friend Karoy was already playing a rogue, so.
Oh.
And I started playing with them.
I didn't surprise you didn't play a sorceress then.
It didn't sound appealing to me.
Really? Okay. Yeah, but then again, you know, when I look at some of your past games, rogue. Yeah, okay, I get it. I can see where the appeal is not there. So when's Final Fantasy supposed to dump on Xbox?
Not till 6.5 is when the beta starts. That's
So
still
that's
a
what-
few months away.
I meant to read the article so we could discuss it, but I guess Destiny's got a new, some kind of thing coming out alongside with that'll help me out here. What's the next expansion called?
So
Oh.
so you're talking about with the final shape?
Yeah. They got like a new system coming out with it.
Yes, they're revamping a lot of systems after the state of play. Unfortunately for you, they basically admitted that Gambit is dead, and they basically just did more to kill it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they're not doing any new maps for
Oh.
Gambit. The new way that they're doing like your weekly pinnacles for like Gambit, Crucible, and Strikes is actually like a progression system, and you don't have to do any particular activity. Like you don't have to do like 3 Gambit matches, three Crucible matches, X amount of strikes. It's you can just do a bunch of strikes and still end up getting the weekly rewards.
For all of it.
Yes.
I like that. I like the idea of that system. I refuse to believe that Gambit is dead. There are still lots of people that play Gambit. But then again,
A lot of people just play Gambit just to get the weekly rewards. So by removing that requirement, you're going to see a lot of people drop out of Gambit.
see, now I'm really glad that I'm retiring from Destiny after the final shape because I love Gambit. I'm sorry. I love Gambit. So, but then again, I mean, we had this conversation a couple weeks ago. I mean, I should have seen this coming that they were going to kill Gambit because, like you pointed out, they hadn't put out any new maps and
Well, they explained that the reason why they're not putting
forever.
out any new maps is just because of the sheer lack of player engagement in it.
To call out to your soul.
Basically, there's not enough player engagement in it to make it worthwhile to develop for.
So whatever this new competitive thing they got coming out, it's going to replace Gambit.
They don't have any new competitive thing coming out. They've got a couple new Crucible match types coming out, and they've got a couple new Crucible maps coming out.
I'm still disappointed, man. I love Gambit. Oh, that stinks.
You're one of the few.
Well, it was a good run, Destiny. It was a good run. But it'll probably be like it was back when what was it? I can't remember when, but the last time I quit Destiny. No, it was before it was after Forsaken. I quit Destiny after Forsaken, and then I don't remember what it was, to be honest, but something dragged me back into it. And I don't know. You wait. They'll come out with a new storyline or something that'll pique my interest, and they'll drag me back in.
There's a lot of evidence that we're going to be delving deep into the Vex as our next big story
I will.
after the final shape.
Don't worry.
Well, I mean, if the final shape is what you say it is, why doesn't the, whatever,
Father.
when they remake the universe, why not just boot the Vex out?
Well, the problem is that the Vex could still just come back. They are entering in from another dimension already.
Please come back to me.
They're entering in from entire dimensions that have been completely converted to Vex.
Said no. I should have.
Well, I mean, there's got to be a way, kind of like in Supernatural when they had all the tools they need to shut the gates of hell. I mean, there's got to be a way they can shut the Vex out permanently and keep them from getting in.
I mean, that might be an eventual thing of the entire Vex storyline, if that's the way they go. But
I did.
You're talking about
And I do again.
something completely different. Not only that, but I mean, you're talking about things that can already break down the very walls of a universe.
I'm ready.
See, that's why we need That's why we need Dean Winchester as a guardian.
Problem is he wouldn't
He'd figure
remember
out a way
anything
to mess
about being Dean Winchester. He'd have no memory of that life.
Well, yeah, he will, because Sam would be the one to obviously bring him back, and Sam would just tell him who he was before.
Problem is that Samsa would also be dead by that point in time, because you're talking about something thousands of years in our future. So...
All right, well, as long as we're playing around with this theory, then, what if... All right, so you have to be dead to get a ghost, right?
There's... I think there's like been one case where that wasn't what happened, but generally yes.
Okay, well, my point being, Sam and Dean have saved the world / universe how many times?
Yes, but the only way to come back in the Destiny universe is either to come back as Taken, Worm Riddled, or Guardian.
Well, how did Elsie Bray do it?
You mean the, oh, what is her name?
The Exo Stranger.
The Exo Stranger, yeah. She's actually from another universe.
Yeah, but she figured out a way to universe jump, right?
Yes.
Because she
jumped through basically a wound in the universe created by the Vex.
And don't forget, Sam and Dean also met multiple other Sams and Deans that crossed the universe into their world too.
But
so,
again, you're talking entirely different universes that would have no ties together. So it's not, you can't do that. You'd have to rely. You would have. No, it really doesn't, because all those universes very much were dependent upon a single point. Basically, they were all universes created by Chuck.
So what if Destiny is a universe that was created by Chuck? Huh?
No,
huh?
Unfortunately, no.
I mean, imagine what Dean Winchester could do with an exotic called the Colt.
Pretty much like nothing that no one else can already do with about 1 billion other different weapons.
True, but the Colt could kill anything but only 5 things, and they already said what those 5 things were. But
I mean,
again,
most of these things in big things in Destiny 2, you can kill, but if certain things happen, they just come back, regardless of what you do.
Well, I mean that happened. Look how many times Lucifer came back.
I mean, even if you go through and kill Oryx or Savathun or Xivu Arath in their throne room, which should be a permanent death, there is ways for them to come back. And that's even without Savathun having a guardian.
They're the only 3 that can do that.
No, they're not.
The Witness, I mean...
Well, the Witness is a whole... The Witness is a whole nother story. We don't even know how to properly kill him. Or if he can even actually truly die.
I'm just saying, Bungie is sitting on a gold mine if they did a Supernatural Destiny crossover.
No, they're not. They just piss off all the Destiny fans because it would make no goddamn sense lore-wise.
They're already pissing off all the Destiny fans with all the stupid changes they're doing.
For the most part, actually, a lot of people are happy about what they announced.
In the past.
No, with what they just announced at the State of Play, a lot of people were actually fairly happy. I mean, there was some bad news with it, but for the most part...
Again, that's the bad news for me. That's making me even more ever determined to retire.
I mean, the only reason I ever played it was just to do the 3 weekly matches for the reward.
I played it because I was actually good at it.
I absolutely hate Gambit.
Of course you do.
The day of reckoning will come.
The story of our friendship, yin and yang.
Your true friends will be
Give me more Crucible, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Give me more Gambit, but they're not. It's dead.
allies.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Gambit. I knew thee well.
You only have yourself to blame.
Let's see, what else could be crossover with Destiny? What would be a cool crossover?
I mean, but the only thing you're actually ever going to get as crossovers would be, like, weapon skins.
I wouldn't mind having a Colt, like the last word. I wouldn't mind having a Winchester Colt skin for the last word. I think that'd be pretty dope.
A long journey through the swamp is more rewarding than a short one. Yours was even longer, it seems. Did you face your inner demons as the Haradrim did?
Yes. Hopefully for the last time. Let us begin.
But, I mean, they announced that one of the things that actually made people actually fairly upset with the changes is they're not going to be doing any new Vanguard armor sets with Final Shape.
And the fire.
The Nightfalls and stuff.
No more.
Yeah.
No, I saw that coming from a mile away.
Now grind the sulfur.
Excuse me.
And, well, for the most part, their reasoning would make sense, except for the fact that they've not made a good-looking set in a long time. It's basically like no one uses them whatsoever for even as cosmetics. And that's because, well, A, they don't ever drop with good stats, pretty much, ever. And B, they're all ugly as hell.
Well, I mean, you said it best. There's a lot of changes coming for Destiny, but that's because they don't have. I mean, they have to. I mean, if they want to keep up, if they want to compete, if they want to keep the fan base that they do have.
Recent numbers released from third party even show that Destiny 2 is still actually increasing in player base.
Which boggles my mind.
It's like everyone's saying how Destiny 2 is dying, but then the raw numbers get released, not even by Bungie, but by other people, going, no, it's not.
Well, maybe, I tell you what's probably going to wind up happening. I'm probably not going to perma-retire. I'm probably just going to take a long break. Like, long enough to where the first, the next, whatever, DLC after Final Shape, when it's on sale, then I'll buy it and get back into it.
I don't know.
Because I mean, there's a whole bunch of games coming out, man. Lies of P, Starfield, and that's just this year. I mean, next year you got Dragon Age, you got Fable, maybe Dragon Age. But
I'm surprised you're not mentioning Baldur's Gate here.
Graphically, that game is beautiful. But I don't like the fact that it's like when I think Baldur's Gate, I never played the original Baldur's Gate, but I did play Champions of Norath for the PlayStation 2, and I like that kind of open world. It was a small open world. It wasn't huge, but I mean you could still move freely and stuff. With Baldur's Gate, you're bound by the rules of D&D, obviously, where you can only move so many spaces. And I don't know if I don't know, man. I don't know about that. I don't know about that kind of gameplay. I honestly don't want to spend $60 and be disappointed.
Fair enough.
But I will say it looks amazing. The game looks absolutely beautiful.
I unfortunately am waiting till September when it releases on PlayStation.
Avowed, that comes out next year, finally. So I mean, that's probably going to be my next big sword and fantasy game that I go through. because I've been waiting on that one for forever. Of course, then again, I waited on Diablo too, and Blizzard has a lot to make up. Oh crap! Where'd you go?
I teleported down to the ruins of Rockot Keep. Because the
I
next
see ya. I see ya.
objective is the other half of this act, way down
Yep,
here.
I see ya. Which I don't even know why I teleported to you. I can just teleport straight there. And no, I can't. I'm not the ride my horse.
Ah!
So I mean, there's a lot of games coming out. I'm gonna have enough to keep me busy, and after the final shape doesn't even come out till next year anyway. So
I've got a ton.
Fable, you definitely have a ton to keep you busy.
I mean, I still got another Yakuza game coming out later this year. Ah!
I'm not ready yet.
And eventually, you know, as far as this game is concerned, there's going to be DLCs for it too. I mean, there's going to be character packs that come out with new characters that you can take out and level up, and there's going to be DLCs too. Although, I think Diablo 3 only had one big DLC, but they added a bunch of content and patches, like Kinase Cube, and then later on they added a small chunk of a small area that you could go and you could fight a new boss and all that good stuff. So I mean, there's a lot of stuff that'll keep me busy while I take my break from Destiny after the final shape. So my goal is kill the witness and take a break.
Another set of eyes, at last. I've been searching for Timurray with little success.
Yeah, I've got such a stockpile of games that I need to play through. I mean, not to mention there's also another Assassin's Creed game coming out later this year. And they just
Yep, I actually just remembered that.
And they just released some videos showing off Assassin's Creed Project Jade.
What's Project Jade?
That's the next one after this one, where they're in Japan.
Like, it's not a side scroller, right?
No.
Well, I mean, I'm confused because, I mean, I don't think they've ever... I don't know. I'm confused because I played through Valhalla. I love Valhalla, but, I mean, honestly, they need to reboot that whole series because it's pretty much a shit show.
I would disagree. What are you confused about?
Well, the guy that you're playing in this new one was pretty much the villain of Valhalla.
Well,
Did you find out that he's a can I talk about spoilers?
so long as you're not going into the DLC of Valhalla, sure.
Yeah, so you find out that he's the reincarnated Loki.
And
now they're doing a game about him.
And they've done games where you played as former or as technically villains before.
Yeah, they only did one that was called Rogue.
Yes, and that was probably one of the best Assassin's Creed games they ever did.
Oh no, you're getting no arguments from me on that. I loved it. I downloaded it for free on PlayStation and played through it. Loved it. I'm just saying. I think it's high time they brought this storyline to an end and they rebooted the whole series. Because me and you are We're
I
how
would
old?
disagree.
She would be cold-hearted enough to send a child.
Because not only that, there's just so many ways that they could go with it that to just try to end it and reboot it would just be a travesty.
That's the way it always ends. Go back where you came from. I won't have a child's blood on my hands.
I saw my mother possessed
I don't know.
by Lilith. Driven so
I just
mad,
don't like the
I
direction
killed
that they're
her.
going in. But I mean, it looks beautiful. The game looks beautiful. And
So be it.
I know that
Elias made a
when you
pact.
left off
It
at
was
the end of
with the
Valhalla,
truth
not the
whispers.
DLC, but the end of Valhalla, basically Loki is
Bravest.
trying to search for the memories of what they did with
Sacred incense is kept in the temple there.
the main
Retrieve it.
the main chick that's been the villain the whole time.
Yes.
I almost said Genova, but that's another video game. Oh yeah, and then I forgot about that. Final Fantasy Part 2, and I still need to beat Part 1.
Yeah, get your ass in gear on that.
I'm on. I just entered Shinra, and I just did the jumping part with Tifa, where you had to use Tifa to jump across the things to get in there, and
Oh, then I think you're pretty decently in through the game.
yep, I'm almost there. I'm like, there's 18 chapters, I think, so I'm not far away.
And then
think
you
I'm
have
on
a
like chapter
DLC to
16.
do.
I'm probably not going to play the DLC.
There's a Altar of Lilith there if you haven't gotten it.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. I figured I'd let you know just in case.
Yeah, I can see it on my map. Yeah, I'm probably not going to play through the DLC for that, just because I just want to get the main story done. And
Oh, the DLC is so good, storyline-wise.
yeah, I'm still going to pass on it. Unless there's stuff in it that I can carry over to Part 2.
I don't know, but it's just very important story dealing with Yuffie. And what the hell did I walk into? This is bad.
Okay, never mind. I was wondering where you're at.
Nothing good is what I walked into.
You're welcome.
I didn't even know I was walking into one of these. And then I walk in and go up through here, and there was just like 1,500 different mobs. It's like, oh, son of a bitch!
I was wondering what you were doing.
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't ever know what I'm doing. I almost have my apartment put back together after putting in the, getting my new desks put together. Once I get it,
Actually, let me jump on Twitch here and see what your new desk looks like.
Oh, I don't have my new desk set up. Right now I'm just on my PNG tuber. I'll be throwing up some pictures on Discord of the new desk once it's all done. Nope, that is not town.
Did you find it? The town?
Nope, that's what I'm still trying to find, though.
By the way, if you find a ring called the Ring of Mendel, save it.
Okay.
It's a rare drop. Stats on that thing are amazing, and you're gonna want it for another character. If you do another character.
I'm not ready.
I thought about maybe doing it with doing another character once I get around to completing the story.
I don't know about druids, but I know for sorcerers and necros, the Ring of Mendel is like a bonus. It's a must-have, but because it's so rare, it's just a lucky bonus. But good stats on it. Good stats. But it can drop on any character, so.
Oh, I got a new legendary mace.
Pair of boots, I'll probably just wind up destroying.
Ah, not a good mace.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Well, okay. Now I gotta find the temple in here without getting myself killed. Leave me alone.
I must wait a moment. The door bears an image of a snake. Her eyes are missing. Perhaps returning them here is the key to opening the way.
So I gotta find the right and left eye for this door.
Left eye, find it.
I must wait a moment.
I brought friends.
Brought friends?
Well, you killed them all, but yes, I brought friends.
You're welcome. I mean, you're welcome.
And it means to rob our god. They don't believe us when we say the swamp always extracts a price.
Oh, Luke Goblin up here by me.
I'm coming. I was coming. All right.
I'm chasing him.
Where's he at?
Over here by me.
It's him.
I'm not ready yet.
No, come back. No, come back. buddy.
I'm not ready yet.
In Diablo 3, if you sometimes if you killed a goblin, it would open up a portal to their treasure hoard,
I'm not ready yet.
and you could go in there, collect a crap ton of gold and everything else, legendaries and stuff, and then you could fight a boss in there. Matter of fact, it's the same boss that's one of the 3 world bosses here.
I need to clear this stuff out so I can teleport back to town and empty my inventory. Got a lot of stuff here that...
Oh, I like that helmet you're wearing.
I've had a couple different variations with this cosmetic look. It's been a while though since I found any armor that I actually would be an upgrade. I feel like.
Ready for whatever you
You can do that.
need. There's that.
Oh, you buddy. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, that's the second Luke Goblin I've seen today.
The second what?
That's the second Luke Goblin I've seen today.
Yep.
Like just before you got on, another one ran away from me.
I'm pretty sure I had the record for most trips to the. Actually, I need to look that up because I truly wonder who actually holds that record for most trips to the.
I must wait a moment.
Sorry, you seem to have some sort of freezing field around you, so I ran a bunch of mobs down.
I'm not ready yet. and I am soon to follow.
Well, you kind of deserve that. Now to the other eye.
What about a Destiny Star Wars crossover?
Well, I mean, there's not a lot different between those two worlds, really.
Like, I mean, can you imagine doing a raid on Palpatine?
Well, I mean, it'd be like pretty much just about any other raid, really.
I
Undead.
still like my idea.
I mean,
Go ahead.
the main difference being that Jedi are just space wizards, Guardians are undead space wizards.
Well, judging from most of the death battles I've seen, Vader, if they did a Vader battle, well, even let's skip Vader. I think most Jedis or Sith would be perceptive enough to know that the Guardian is getting their juice from the Ghost.
Well,
So
again,
most of them would target the Ghost.
Problem is for the generally, the Ghost can be completely incorporeal and outside and basically phase out of the realm. Meaning,
Oh, that's when you get tricky.
well, unfortunately, not a single Sith has any way of actually being able to deal with something that exists outside of the realm.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, if you're using that logic, Cade's ghost came out of hiding to heal him,
Yes.
and then got blasted apart for its effort. So,
But
what's
that's
to
because
stop?
that was specifically because of the personality of that ghost.
I'm just saying, I think the Sith would figure out a way to kill Guardians.
I'd have to disagree. They might get some because of a particular ghost's personality, but generally, Guardians are just going to tear them apart.
See, now this is where we always differ, because quite frankly, you hate Star Wars to the point to where if we were arguing Star Wars versus Care Bears, you'd still give the victory to the Care Bears.
No, I don't hate Star Wars.
You're heavily biased. I think Vader would whoop Zavala. Like, beat him into oblivion.
I would tend to disagree. Just mainly because, again, it's how things function. I mean, if Vader had some means by which to actually access outside realms, then, okay, maybe. But as he's completely stuck inside of the realm that the Force actually exists in, then
Personally, I think Vader would just keep Zavala alive and just keep torturing him. It wouldn't even kill him, so he couldn't come back. would be the way to go,
there were lore cases of just that, and then Guardians killing themselves specifically to overcome that problem.
See, I don't know. I think Guardians are too OP. It's kind of like the Superman argument. It would be hard to put them in a battle with anybody just because of the way the ghosts work. Like, phasing in and out of the dimension, that's crazy. That's OP.
Yeah, and then basically having an endless storage of ammo and weapons.
Yeah, see, I'm as DC goes, but even I think Superman has some preposterous powers. So, and I'm going to give the same thing about the Guardians. It's preposterous.
Actually, after watching the death battle between Raven and Phoenix that just got released today, Raven's got some insane powers.
Oh, she does, and she's one of the few people that could kill Superman because Superman. I mean, magic is definitely not something he ever messes with.
Oh, basically about the only Superman they said that she couldn't beat is like whatever Superman 1,000,000 or whatever it is that came out of spent a huge amount of time in the sun.
Yeah, that's actually still our Superman, but it's a future version of Superman. But
Yes.
yeah, basically, he just went into the sun and juiced up.
Yeah, basically he's about the only one she couldn't touch.
Nobody could touch him. But,
And apparently, except for like two specific points, apparently Jean Grey and Raven were dead even.
I told you Raven was going to win that battle.
I'm not going to say who won or lost on the stream just because I don't want to give away spoilers. But I will.
Now I'm going to have to look it up.
I'll tell you off stream, but I just don't want to give away spoilers because I want people to actually go support Death Battle so they keep doing their thing.
Is your messenger open?
No, at the moment, no.
Crap. All right, never mind. I'll look it up on YouTube real quick. And I won't.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say nothing. Did you hear that?
No.
Every few years, we play host to migrants determined to join our settlement. And every few years, I must preach the laws of the swamp. All things in the swamp must be earned. Nothing is free. Nothing is given or gifted. And to our God we pay the ultimate tithe.
Oh, shit. Shit.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I've been fighting them for a minute.
But what I was saying was, I mean, if He-Man could knock Superman out, I mean, I don't even want to imagine what Raven could do to him at full potential.
See, I know
even the Phoenix Force.
I know nothing about He-Man, so I can't speak
Well,
to him.
He-Man is, and well, they did a crossover with DC not long ago, and he is by the power of Grayskull, so he's powered by magic. Prince Adam turns into He-Man, he's powered by magic, so he's all magic.
Yeah.
Which is why he's able to go toe-to-toe with the Man of Steel. So, and that was actually a pretty good crossover. I was pretty impressed with it.
I'm not ready yet.
Although I haven't bought a comic book in a long time. I need to find, because I was collecting those what if ones,
Yeah.
but the DC versions, and I need to finish collecting those. I need to find out which ones I'm missing and go get them. Probably do that next time we meet up.
Yeah, we need to figure out when we're going to do that. We'll probably have to be after I get back from vacation.
That's right. You're going with yeah. Where are you going?
I am going to North Carolina.
All right, that's right. Yeah. All right. When is that?
Like, starting next weekend.
All right. Well, it'll probably be the 1st of September is when we'll get together again. Not the 1st of September, but
Like the
that
first
weekend.
weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, because I get paid that week, and I get paid 3 times that month, so money won't be an issue for me. I'll actually be back. I'll actually be fully back on track.
Do not see her.
So
Our children multiply in the swamp, circling us, feeding off us.
yeah. So yep. I need to finish that collection. My favorite one was what if Jean-Paul Valley had beaten Batman. That storyline was pretty good. Health potions. I don't need your stinking health potions.
I need them.
Oh man, look at all this loot. Oh, why can't I have all this loot? Come on, man. Come on, man. I wish you could have at least transferred your gold from Diablo 3 over to this game because I'd be so wealthy. But then again, if wishes were fishes, I'd have most of the Diablo players would have their auction house back too.
Yeah. I mean, I see nothing wrong with bringing an auction house back, but you couldn't do real cash money.
Didn't they do that in
Diablo
I'm trying to
3.
think of the. Yeah, I know. I mean, I know they did that in Diablo 3 because I worked with a guy that he didn't have to get a day job until they took the auction house away because that's how he made his living.
Yep, I had a coworker back at Teleperformance who did that same thing. That is a giant ass snake.
Yeah, 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 yeah. No spoilers, but yeah. Lord of the Rings. I thought Lord of the Rings had an auction house.
It does, but it's not real cash money.
I thought it was cash money at one point.
Nope. It was not. Not only that, all the good items that you'd really want were never able to be bought on the auction house. Oh wait,
When was the last time you? When was the last time you logged into that game? Actually, just go up to the.
Like 2 years ago.
They should be all the way at. Yeah, they're done with the main story, right?
I believe so.
Well, I heard Amazon actually was doing the Lord of the Rings MMO.
They were. I think it got canceled.
Wonder why. That's curious.
It got canceled before the show even came out. Basically, like, development costs were too high. So they shuttered the studio. A lot of the studios that were making games for Amazon got shuttered.
Interesting. Interesting. It was a long time ago, but that Lord of the Rings game that got canceled for PlayStation 2 is called The White Council.
Mm-hmm.
I was really salty about that. That would have been an epic game.
Gotta wait for you to get out here.
I'm teleporting to you now.
Good, you found the incense. I'll keep it safe for us.
While you were gone, Timur warmed up to us. Well, to Lorath. He's surprisingly nimble with old women.
No row.
She says there's an altar. That's what the incense is for.
But yeah, I logged on to
It's not far from here.
Lotro a couple years ago. I was thinking about doing a stream that night on it, but then I ended up not doing that.
Like, if you wanted to, could you still go back, make a new character, and just go through like the main story?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a lifetime account, didn't you?
Yes, although I did get an email that said that the lifetime account, they put an end date on it.
Aww. Was that
It's-
in your contract?
I mean, technically, lifetime can be negotiable anyways.
Well, it's probably the lifetime of the game.
Yeah. Well, they put like an end date of like 2035.
Oh, yeah, you got time.
Yeah. It was a generic email that they sent out to basically everyone who'd ever played.
So, out of curiosity, why is it because they're ending the game, or?
No idea. I just know basically the contract was made for the most part null and void because Turbine had sold it.
Oh. But you still have it, so I mean, you could log on and play for free.
Yeah. And well, I mean,
You just
technically
have to buy
everything
all
I'd
the
already,
DLC.
and technically everything I already had was purchased is still there. It's just now I'd have to spend whatever coins I've saved up on the new DLC packs and such.
But why?
Yeah.
I believe the Horadrim would be a solution.
We weren't a solution. We had.
Yeah, that might be a good idea for a stream. You know what I mean? Eventually, one day, future.
Maybe. I got so much stuff to try and stream, it's not even funny.
What sort of path? I can't say.
I can say that the time for questions, Nero.
They're doing a Mega Millions drawing tonight, so if I hit the lottery, I'm paying off your crowdfunding, and I'm going to make you play Elden Ring. And you will love it.
I won't say I'll love it, but I would. As the company in India that took over my old job likes to say, I will do the needful.
You'll do it. You'll like it.
They've got two phrases they like to put in tickets that absolutely annoy me. And I kind of need t-shirts quoting it. They like to call the team I work on as the Resolver Group. So I need to get a t-shirt that just says Resolver Group on it. And they like to put in the tickets, please do the needful. And I want to get a shirt that says, I will kindly not do the needful.
What now?
We wait for the path to appear.
Looks like one of the drug trips off of Far Cry 5.
No, thank you.
This is the snake you would get to take on Meg,
Hey,
which I still can't believe they're making a sequel movie of.
wake up. I think
Or they
it
made a
might.
sequel movie of.
You know, I don't know. I think if a Titanoboa could take a T-Rex, I think he could take a Meg.
But
Doubtful,
I think,
considering that the Meg could eat the Tyrannosaurus in one bite.
but I mean, the Titanoboa was huge. You could park 20 cars on its back.
Yeah.
So I mean,
So it'd be about the same size as a full-grown Meg.
so my money's on Titanoboa, and I'll pass. Like if I ever got sent back in time, I'm going to use what knowledge I have to avoid areas where I know there's going to be giant snakes. I'm just going to do it. That means I'll be finding the coldest part of the world to go shack up in.
the serpent is the path.
Serpent? What are you talking about?
You don't see it?
No. Only a cloud of smoke.
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
I'd rather snakes than spiders.
I'd rather spiders than snakes. To be honest with you, I'd rather neither. No Titanoboas, no Shelobs, no Ungoliants, no Jormungandrs, none of that.
I mean, for the most part, I'm fine with snakes, but
I'm not. I don't know. Maybe it's just. I think the most terrifying thing about snakes is the stigma of them. I think there's a part of that that is difficult to master. Because most snakes will actually try to hide, try to flee.
yeah.
They're not very
Dear, caught in a trap.
confrontational. But the stigma is what causes the fear. And I'll even openly admit that. I wouldn't own one as a pet, though. I watched a video of somebody's little girl, and they have a pet boa constrictor, and they just let this boa constrictor play with this child, and I was just like, there ain't no way I'd let my 6-year-old child
There's an opening
to be that close to a full-grown boa.
just big enough for me.
Wouldn't do it.
I think it was
I mean,
to go through.
I wouldn't do it unsupervised, but
We must follow the path.
Since they were videotaping her, I'm not going to be harsh and say that they were, because I have no evidence that they were at all. Remember your first roommate?
well, he wasn't my first roommate. He was just the first one of my roommates you met.
Dream snake helping.
All right, well, that guy,
Did it corral us?
he had some balls.
He had more snakes than he knew what to do with, but that's how he paid for everything, was he bred snakes.
He still does that.
Oh, I have no more space. I need to teleport back. I need to teleport back to town.
All right, teleport back. Yeah, I finally hit 50 million gold.
No, I haven't even hit 1 million yet.
How can I help?
Well, I would have been at 50 million gold a long time ago, but when I first hit level
All at work.
50, I did the capstone dungeon,
Mm-hmm.
and then I got up to like level 53, and I still wasn't getting the experience I wanted. So I got with one of my clanmates and had them get me through the final capstone to get to torment, and that was a mistake because for the first 10 levels I did nothing but die, and I spent a lot of gold on repairing my armor.
Can you feel it? The swamp is watching us, whispering to us.
Swamp Thing's gonna show up and kill us all.
Playing with our heads.
How dare we pollute the world?
He hears us,
Who's polluting?
just as you do, wanderer.
The old man is full of secrets like our thief, Elias. Birds of a feather. Perhaps that is what we need.
I lost sight of the serpent, but I hear it calling to me.
Ow!
I must wait a moment.
Oh, that one's running away.
This is not the way.
There's no way through this time. Oh, it's wounded though. Or is it telling us to wound it?
I will stab at it.
Look at that. Look at that. Ruthless. Flippant.
How many ruthless Haradrim hang from our branches? Not enough.
That's the way through. Help me clear those dead trees. It's barring our path again. Keep a sharp eye out.
Give me just a moment.
so is the Lord of the Swamp.
To get the answers you seek, you must offer payment. A head for knowledge.
Not yet. They have another purpose first.
Oh, I got a skill point.
Congratulations. I need a smoke. I just want to make sure we don't get launched into a boss fight first. I don't remember. I remember this area, but I don't remember if there was a boss.
Well,
Wait, where'd he go? Oh no! Oh no! There he is. Come on, Illusion. Come on.
I know you heard the voices that time. Who are they?
I don't know.
Was never here.
But we need to press on.
okay. Well, he just went underground there. Can I walk on his back? Yes, I can walk on the serpent's back.
Pass. Here we are. I'm gonna step out for a smoke. You'll be good here. There probably will be a cutscene, so I'll stick around right next to you. Any objections?
Nope, none.
All right, be back in 2.
Okay.
Why have you come?
We're after a man named Elias.
Elias. Slippery, that one. Use the tree. It deals in thoughts and insight in exchange for a head. He is the first of us to escape payment.
Will you tell us what you told him? If we can stop him for good, the tree can finally collect.
He sought the way to summon Lilith, but he made another stop on the way. To a place beyond the tree's sight.
That might explain his hardiness. I've damn near lost count of how many times we've killed him.
So that's why Thaisa failed so dismally to reclaim his head.
This place Elias stopped at. How can we get there?
Seek a coffin beyond the wrecks. It will take you where you must go. Find out what secrets linger there. For the tree knows not.
Okay.
If there are wrecks to search, they'll be on the eastern coast. We'll head there now. Meet us when you can.
Okay. Got stuck.
What?
Okay.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
And where are you?
Way down to the south.
Mm-hmm. Of course it is.
Prophecy spoke of a serpent, right? If Elias knew that too, maybe he came looking for it. Did he ever tell you what he was planning?
No. By that point, he wasn't my student anymore.
What happened?
The moment Elias heard Rathma's prophecy, it poisoned him. He became obsessed with it. Prophecies are riddles. Not even the very wise can be sure of their meaning. But Elias believed he could solve it. And when I told him to wait, he called me a fool. We had to do whatever.
You tried to stop him?
Tried, yes, and failed. It'll be different this time. Let's find that damn coffin.
Okay, so gotta find coffin.
Can you see the coffin from here? Any sign of it?
There's something at the far end of those ships.
I see it too. We'll have to cross the wreckage to reach it.
Okay, so we gotta cross, jump from wreckage to wreckage to get across all this shit.
Just give me something big and nasty to kill.
Can't get across any of that, but I can give you lots of little things. Will that satiate your bloodlust?
No. So I'm not getting any points.
Well, maybe once I can actually get up to new difficulty tiers, maybe then you will, but... I mean, this is only World Tier 2.
Well, I heard a rumor that they might for the next season that comes out, they actually might let you use your Eternity characters instead of having to create a whole new character, which would be nice. Though that Necromancer class is pretty fun to build. are pretty fun to play.
That's actually a
will,
class I was looking at playing next. If I did another class.
The build I have is called the Lazy Necromancer. It's basically I just tap one button and all my minions do the fighting for me.
Yeah, that sounds like what I'd do.
I like it. I like it a lot.
You've been infected. It's spreading.
As long as I have corpses, I can just tap an A button.
I don't understand.
Laura, are you certain? I'm certain she's dying. Hold her.
Are we about to remove her arm?
We have no choice.
Was that?
Now hold
Looks.
her.
Yep, we're removing her arm.
Rest now. You will be Haradrim, young one. I will not fail you.
Yeah, we just need to find Urza and have him make her a new arm.
Go on ahead to the coffin. I'll look out.
Did we go to Magic the Gathering?
Yeah, I will code Magic the Gathering.
Person would be too OP for this world.
I mean, he was too OP for his own world. Or, well, multiverse.
I mean, he's so OP, they won't bring him back. I mean, how many times have they brought Nicol Bolas back? You know what I mean? But Urza? Yeah. Filled him in just the wrong spot.
I mean, I was able to get my loot.
I got it. I got mine. It just took me a while to...
Yeah.
Took me a minute. Yeah, I mean, they brought Nicol Bolas back, what, 3 times? Or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Although,
but, I mean,
technically one of those times was when he ascended to being a planeswalker. So, I wouldn't count that one.
Urza or Nicol Bolas?
Nicol Bolas.
Well, I mean, Nicol Bolas wasn't just a planeswalker. He was stealing the sparks from all the other planeswalkers.
Yes, but I mean, usually the catalyst for most planeswalkers is their death.
Source of his immortality.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Urza is just like OP. I mean, I wouldn't mind them bringing him back, but I'm curious to see if they would bring him back as a villain.
Well,
I mean, when you look at some of the stuff he did, even though in his mind it was for the right reasons, it was pretty much downright.
Well, I mean, lots of people considered him as much a villain as they did Phyrexia.
Yeah, because he was willing to take anybody that had the potential, you know, that if the Phyrexians were close to taking over whatever world you were in, he would destroy it, just to make sure they couldn't.
Which, I mean...
So, I mean, he made a lot of evil decisions for the greater good.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's one of those things of, well, do I let you just end up becoming part of Phyrexia, or I just end any chance of you being used against the rest of the multiverse?
I actually have. It's a card, but it was one of the portrait cards that they did.
Mm-hmm.
And it's of Urza. If you want it, I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
I know you love Urza.
I just find Urza to be absolutely amazing. Probably one of the greatest characters that they ever came up with.
I
I'm a Chandra guy. I love Chandra. I love that character.
I mean, even when you look at the story they did for there's a novel called The Thrawn, and it basically detailed the very start of Phyrexia. And they did a pretty good job with that.
I think once I get a little bit of extra money, I'm going to get that Lord of the Rings set. At least get one of them. Just because, I don't know. I haven't bought Magic cards in forever.
Yeah. The One Ring sold for $2.6 million.
He sold it, so he wound up selling it.
He sold it to some guy called Post Malone.
The rapper.
I guess so.
Oh, that's interesting.
But apparently he bought it for 2.6.
One.
Do what?
They only made one ring card.
Yep.
That was clever. I have to say that was pretty clever. They got the what's it called? It's like a keychain you can order from MTG of the Black Lotus.
Yeah.
But you have a good chance of opening it up and finding an actual Black Lotus card.
Nice.
So, but I don't know how much it is. It's probably a good chunk of money.
Yeah. I was actually on Twitter earlier and saw where Wizards had made a post today. I can't remember what Comic-Con it was that they were going to, but they had a Magic the Gathering D&D ice cream truck that they were going in.
D&D?
Yeah, because Wizards also owns Dungeons and Dragons, so...
So are they going to do another Dungeons and Dragons set?
I don't know. I mean, they can. With Wizards with Wizards owning Dungeons and Dragons, it's not hard for them to do. All they have to do is go, hey, you're in charge of that division. Can I... Okay, if I do a set.
Staircase is flooded. I need a way to cross it.
Although it was kind of interesting. They since Naoki Yoshida, it was the guy in charge of 14, also did Final Fantasy 60. They're like, are you ever going to do like a crossover event between the two? And he's just like, I will have to get back to you on that after I have discussed this with myself.
Well, I mean, that would be a nice venture. But I don't know. Wizards of the Coast, man, I don't know. I think it was a couple months back, some YouTuber got a hold of a set that he wasn't supposed to have, but somehow they accidentally shipped it to him, so it was their fault.
It wasn't even them. It was a third-party retailer who wasn't supposed to be releasing it yet.
Well, I still take issue with the fact that they sent the Pinkertons to his door, and pretty much, I don't want to use the word assault, but I mean, they pretty much made his life very, very difficult. I thought that was low on Wizards' part. Because the guy said he would have given it back. He didn't even open it, but he would have given it back if they would have asked him, but they sent the Pinkertons to his door. And, I mean, if you've read the history of the Pinkertons, they are not nice people.
I am very familiar with the history of the Pinkertons.
You do not mess with Pinkertons.
But I hadn't known, until I read that news story, I had not known that they were even still active.
Oh, yeah. Remember when I worked at that security place, Securitas?
Yeah, you told me. We've discussed this before.
They're a branch of the Pinkertons. But I mean, there was probably back in the late 1800s, there was a coal mining strike, and the owners of the coal mine sent the Pinkertons in, and they actually killed a bunch of innocent people.
Yes, they did. It's actually
So
part of the origin of the term redneck.
I didn't know that. Wow, learned something the
That,
other day.
those entire coal mine strikes is part of the reason behind that term.
Huh. I'm assuming because it was a bloodbath that day.
No. It's because basically all the people who were on strike were termed rednecks because their necks were, well, red. And so it just became a commonly used term for generally back hills people in West Virginia, Kentucky, basically all of Appalachia.
I mean, my overall point is the fact that Wizards went straight to that annoys me a little bit.
I mean, I can see your point, but I can also see what they were trying to do.
All right, well, let me put it this way. And keep in mind, I'm not gonna dump all of this on Wizards, but I mean, because I watched the video that this guy did after the fact, and I mean, they didn't have a warrant. They didn't show up with an actual police officer. I mean, I guess they're not police officers, but when he asked them to leave, kindly asked them to leave, they shoved their foot in his door, wouldn't let him shut his door. And there was something involving his wife too. I don't think they put their hands on her, but there was something that happened with her too. It was just a messy situation that I think could have been approached. It could have been handled a little more etiquette. There could have been more etiquette involved.
Well, maybe, but considering the investor scrutiny right now over legal costs of Hasbro, and them not leveraging Wizards enough for basically getting enough money out of Wizards.
Well, I mean, on that note, somebody just needs to kind of like Disney and Star Wars. Somebody just needs to buy Wizards and kind of let them have their own autonomy.
Well, no, it's basically, well, I mean, no one's probably going to really buy Wizards because right now there's no one big enough to actually buy them out from under Hasbro that's that interested in that.
Cost? How much do you think it would cost to buy Wizards? Just throw me out a price.
What did it? I don't remember what it sold to Hasbro for.
I'll look it up real quick. I got a phone in my hand. Let's see here. Hasbro. Let's see.
They, at the time they bought them, back in 1999, they spent $325 million.
325 million.
In 1999. So right now, I would say that would probably be closer to 2, maybe 3 billion. Which, considering that pretty much in the way of card and board games, there's no one out there large enough in the market to do it. Because for the most part, it's Hasbro and then a bunch of indie firms with not a lot of money. Maybe the company, maybe Warforged, the company behind Warhammer, but then no one would be happy. Not Wizards, not the fans.
I mean, it's going to take somebody. How should I put this? It's going to take somebody that's uber wealthy, but that's also a fan to buy. Like one of the, I can't remember his name, but one of the running jokes for Star Wars and Disney was, I can't remember his name, but there's an oil tycoon that's worth a crap ton of money, and he's a huge Star Wars fan. And there was a joke that he actually joked that he might just buy Star Wars. So I think it's getting to a point where wealthy fanboys, no matter how they're getting their money, wealthy fanboys are going to have to start buying these properties up.
Well, part of the problem with that is also you have to actually be able to get a return on your investment. And something like that, people are not going to be able to run it properly. Because not only that, if they do buy it, they're going to have a bunch of investors, which means they're going to have fiduciary responsibility, and they're not going to end up actually running, well, anything.
Well, I mean, think about it like this.
It sounds good on paper, but ultimately not as feasible as you think, or they may joke.
I mean, think about it. Like, if I had the money, let's say I'm uber wealthy and I wanted to buy Star Wars, I would still let Lucasfilm run it. I'd still let them run it. I'd still let them make movies, but much like Disney, I would make the decision on what's canon, what's not, how many movies we're going to do a year, every year, stuff like that. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It's just, but in that case, you would have Lucasfilm. You know what I mean? You could let the company that's already run it, but with much better guidelines.
This is Elias's finger.
Well,
He hid a piece of himself here to stay immortal.
So I don't know. I think it's going to take a fanboy to buy some of these properties up, or maybe even a group of fanboys to start buying these properties up.
Again, you have fiduciary responsibility, and if anyone in the group feels you're not performing that, then you've got huge court costs.
I mean, and that's true, and that's the problem with most of your businesses today is all the investors that the whole investing thing is, you're no longer running your company, your investors are running your company for you. Because, I mean, it goes back to what you once said about kings. They could either please the barons or they could please the people. They couldn't please both. It's the same thing with businessmen. They can either please their investors or they can please people. And,
well, it's not quite the same, because usually
investors are shitty.
Well,
investors are shitty.
Well,
because they care about money. They don't care about product, and they don't care about the fans. They care about money.
Usually, if you appease your fans, there's money, which then makes your investors happy. What usually pisses off fans is the overproduction of items in a particular field, which is how you try to make your investors happier by producing more items, more content, more stuff to sell.
Just saying, all right, take WWE, for example. I think they were a better company before they had investors. Once Vince McMahon took his company public, I mean, what happened then? We got 15 years of John Cena. We didn't get, like most of my favorite superstars didn't have the championship 15 times. The Rock is only a 5-time champion. Stone Cold is only a 4-time champion. But they produced good stories. They produced great matches. But Vince went public. John Cena comes along. The investors love John Cena. the kids and outside of the investors, as far as fans, you had a lot of women and kids that loved John Cena. So what happened? For the next 15 years, all we got was frickin' John Cena. I'm just saying, there's a problem when you take a company public and you bring investors in. There's always going to be that issue of where the investors are going to want their money, and you're going to have to play ball.
Then we won't leave you.
Well, I mean, also to be fair, he was also facing a lot of government scrutiny. He had to clean up the image.
You should check on Dolan. We'll meet you at
He did, but he didn't have to let John Cena become a 16-time world heavyweight champion. You know what I mean? He could have cleaned up the company and did a bunch of other stuff. And it really wasn't. I mean, but that was also the problem, was because his investors wanted to market to children.
But I mean,
And the Attitude Era, as you well know, wasn't a very good market to, invest with children.
no,
So,
it wasn't.
But, I mean,
Even for you.
But I mean, also,
so I mean,
Manage the ritual
if you could do
but
it.
what did Vince do? He pleased his investors. He did clean up the company, but at what cost?
but also, how much more money did he make?
Well, he's in some trouble now. I just read today that the SEC is actually filing. I think it's going to a grand jury
Yes, it is.
about all the women he paid off. So
Well, because, and it's not so much that he paid them off, it's how he paid them off. Because he used, rather than use his own personal funds to do it, he used company money to do it.
well, they can't touch the company now because he doesn't own it anymore.
Yes, they still
Endeavor
can.
owns it.
Yes, Endeavor
How's
does.
that?
But Endeavor is fully cooperating and handed over all records.
Of course.
But since
So Vince shot
he's the
himself in the foot.
one who committed the crimes, the company's not liable for that. He is.
I'm not defending Vince McMahon. I'm not at all. But I mean, it's just one mistake after another. This is why you don't have investors. That's my point. This is why you don't have investors.
myself.
I mean, if he did wrongdoing, he absolutely deserves what he's getting.
Believe I am.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Ready to attend
Absolutely,
the
for
soul's
sure.
form, at least.
I mean,
As for what comes after,
me and you both. Me and you.
taking a bow
Holy
in
crap! The
stone,
story of Vince McMahon is just.
we know how that's gone in
I
the
mean,
past.
when he bought the company from his father back in the '80s, the one thing he promised his dad was he wouldn't run his competitors out of business, and that's the first thing he did. That was the first thing he did. He bought up all of his competition's biggest stars. He bought them up first, like Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Jerry the King Lawler, Dusty Rhodes, and then once he had them,
Nothing right about this place. Best do this quickly.
he ran everybody else out. And then made it even harder for other companies. Other than WCW, because WCW gave WWE for quite a few, for quite a minute. But Vince eventually put them down. But ECW, he ran them out of business.
Right, Lorat. We will inscribe the 6 sigils of Dendos in order.
And TNA and AEW were never really. They were more like flies that he just kind of swatted.
Focus. Let us begin.
Creation dan tenis beri dis dom hiklimon.
There.
But my point being, like, if I owned a company, I'd never take it public. I wouldn't allow investors to sink their filthy claws.
It depended upon how much I wanted to grow.
We have to.
It's not worth it.
Don't you dare leave.
Once you let investors in, you've done sold your soul. Like if I hit the Mega Millions tonight, and me and you invest in a streaming thing, you'd
Yeah.
have to buy me out before you went public. If you wanted to take it public, you'd have to buy me out. because there ain't no way I'm going to be answerable to investors. And most of those investors don't even care about the product or the fans. They just care about their money.
This guy again.
This guy again.
How many times must we do this before you learn? My life is not yours to claim.
I have been to the deepest chambers of the sunken temple, Elias. You have no secrets from me.
Oh, so now you just run away.
Of course.
Let's see here. I was trying to decide whether a pair of boots was upgrade or not.
It's kind of my, well, I'm gonna get the what's it called? The aspect off of them. I'll probably keep that. Save this for another pair for another build.
Lost him in the tunnels, but the swamp has him now. Rodrin, we were about to finish without you.
He's still alive. Where is he?
At the end of his bloody trail. This way.
I mean, if I ever had,
Teresa, I need to speak with him.
if I want, in order to do what I wanted to do, unless I had major cash influx, I would probably have to create a public company in order to do it.
Was all this worth it then? Truly?
I brought Lilith to Sanctuary.
Like I said, I couldn't do it because I wouldn't want to be answerable. If I ever did anything, built anything, I would want to do it for fans. I would want to do something that fans would enjoy. I would never be the one. I would never want to be the one to open the doors to where one day you'd have fans like Wizard of the Coast that are unhappy. You'd have Star Wars fans that are unhappy. Star Trek fans that are unhappy. You know.
But see, I mean, regardless of what you do, you're going to have that.
Because it is you who brought us here.
That is true. I mean, unless you're bringing out a new product, something new, some like something new lore, a new world,
Even
something
then,
new.
you're
I mean,
still going to have people who are unhappy with it.
well, welcome to the world as it exists today. But like being a Star Wars fan for so long, I know what Star Wars fans expect. Star Trek, not so much. I like Star Trek, but I was never what I would consider a Trekkie. Although I do need to go back and watch Deep Space Nine because I found out that an actor I really like was actually in that show, and I never knew it.
It is time.
Deep
to let
Space
go.
Nine was not well regarded at the time, but it very much became well regarded after it stopped being on the air.
I hear laughter on the wind.
And for the most part, that seems to be the case with a lot of the different Star Trek shows, is that while on the air, people really didn't think much of any of them, but
We go to face
towards the end of their series, or even after they were no longer on the air, suddenly they became basically just these great classics that people rather enjoy.
Mine lies elsewhere.
This is farewell day.
And like, I'll argue you to the death on anything Star Wars or DC related. When it comes to Star Wars, I pick my battles because, or Star Trek, I pick my battles because there's not much I know. Like, I know Kirk, I know Picard, but do I know the episodes by name? Absolutely not. But there's a lot of Trekkies out there that could tell me the name of their favorite episode, everything that happened in that episode, probably all the actors of the characters in that episode. I mean, so Star Trek is, but yeah. So I don't know. I actually I enjoyed the Chris Pine movies.
So the tree knows where
Yeah.
Lilith is
I
going.
like those. Star Trek Into Darkness is actually one of my favorites. If I had like a top 100 list, it'd be on it.
They're well liked. A lot of people just weren't happy with the fact that they're technically an alternate universe,
No.
and so they're completely separate from the main timeline.
I mean, there was also some genius on J.J. Abrams doing that because, I mean, he was able to put his own spin on things,
Yeah.
which I realize that's a cardinal sin. For some people, it's a cardinal sin.
But I mean, it's one of those things of I understand it, and it's part of why I try to go into everything with absolutely zero expectation.
You have definitely mastered that ability. I have not, and I probably never will.
Because I mean, if I go into anything with any kind of expectation, I am giving myself bias on that thing from the get-go, and I cannot actually properly judge it.
Well, like there's okay. So when we went and saw Bullet Train, I went into that with no expectation. Absolutely loved it. John Wick went into it with no expectation. One of my favorite film series of all time.
But I guarantee you that by the time 2, 3, 4 for John Wick had come out, you had expectations for each one of those movies.
4. Believe it or not, 4 was the only one I had expectations for.
I need my allies to do that.
And like I said, I try to go into everything with basically like as clean a view as I can have.
Lilith has been 2 steps ahead of us for far too
And
long.
if I do find something where it's like, okay, I'm taking issue with this in a movie that's like a sequel to something or part of some continuous world, it's like I then have to evaluate, is my judgment of this based upon any kind of expectation
And what?
of previous items I have seen, read, or watched in regards to this world.
While we stand here in the mud, Lilith is on her way to absorb Mephisto's power. She has found a gateway.
And if I find myself where I'm judging it to where it is a judgment based upon this expectation, it's like I then basically have to then
Resistance.
throw that judgment out.
Fools welcomed her in. It is up to us to stop her and imprison her in the Soul Stone.
And I understand that. And I mean, in a lot of matters, I'm guilty, and I'll be the first to admit it, you know, especially when it's something I've been a fan of. Any Batman movie I go into it with expectations.
I will do everything in my
Star
power
Wars,
to get her
expectations, and you know that full well.
Yeah.
So,
This is lunacy.
like the Batman, a lot of people loved it. I fell asleep during it.
duty. We will meet in
I ain't gonna lie.
to prepare. Pray we are not.
Now, to be fair, I thought Pattinson's portrayal of Batman was great, but I thought that his portrayal of Bruce Wayne was weak, very weak.
I still haven't even ever sat down and watched it.
Knowing where you'll go.
I would give it a go because when I watched it a second time, I actually enjoyed it a little bit more.
Did I make the right choice?
So
I did what I had to. We needed answers.
I would give it a go.
Lilith was poised to storm the very gates of hell. Astaroth and the deal, Rathma and the key, it had all been leading to this. But what we didn't know was that while we were lost in the swamp, Inarius and the cathedral were launching a campaign to strike at Lilith. Their battle would leave the world a wasteland.
And I always do my best to not try to, but I have to be fair. Because like a lot of the YouTubers I watch, I mean, they love these products, but they're very fair when they talk about them. And I have to do the same. So, I mean, I love DC, but I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna, it's kind of like the whole, the Joker thing. Everybody, when they heard that Heath Ledger was playing the Joker, they thought it was going to be the worst Joker of all time. Turns out his Joker is now the most revered of all time.
Yep.
So I'm not going to knock J.J. Abrams yet until I can see what he produces. I mean, I can not be a fan of how he's approaching it, but I'm not going to knock anything he does until it's done and I see it. I'm looking forward to Superman Legacy because I want to see what J.J. Abrams can do with the universe. I already like that he took over the Wonder Woman project. I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing. And I also like that most of his Guardians actors follow him wherever he goes. So my hopes of seeing Batista as Bane, my hopes are pretty high. I got good odds. Dave Batista is like the perfect Bane. He was born to play Bane.
I just think that he cannot handle an entire plethora of movies, like entire universe like that. I think he can do very good concentrating on one thing, like just Guardians of the Galaxy, but
so you think Abrams is gonna fail?
You mean Gunn?
Who'd I say?
Abrams.
Oh, my bad. You're right. Gunn. You think Gunn's gonna fail?
I mean, I would say, on my judgments of him, I don't think he can do it. I could very well be wrong, and I'll be happy to admit such if I am. But
Same, and I agree with you. But I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna reserve judgment until I've at least seen Superman Legacy. But he's sitting on a gold mine of lore. And if he plays his cards right and if he crafts the story just right, I think he'll be all right. But I think the biggest problem is there's a lot of superhero fatigue going on. Like, I heard the Marvels is already dead on arrival. The same way I was told that The Flash was dead on arrival, and they were right about that. I mean, that movie did not do very, very well at all.
Well, I mean, there was so much negative PR on that already just from Ezra Miller that it
Yeah.
didn't have a chance at doing well.
More than I'd like to admit. They call me hero.
And I mean, so
I'm still
I mean, they're saying the Marvels is dead on arrival already. I mean,
Try.
Samuel L. Jackson's new show didn't do that well. I guess Secret Invasion didn't do that well.
No, it didn't.
So-
But there's reasons for that. And even the people behind that show would admit that
With a good ally.
basically the entire project was a complete rush job.
Thank you for being honest. It helps.
Like, they honestly needed to take a bunch more time with script writing, animation, and everything, and they didn't do it.
Well, these fools need to learn from the guys, the final season of Game of Thrones. I mean, they need to learn from that example because they rushed that, and I mean, and look what happened. I mean, if you have to put something off, do it. If they needed to put Secret Invasion off, then they should have done it. Because season 8 of Game of Thrones was a disaster. Started off really good, but it was an unmitigated disaster.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was a disaster. I still enjoyed season 8.
Well, I mean, from what I understand, they didn't follow Martin's instructions for the ending. They kind of went their own route. And the producers had been, the head honchos in charge had been promised a Star Wars game. Like, they were going to be given the next Star Wars trilogy. So they were like, well, we need to get this done so we can start working on Star Wars. And then, of course, season 8 was so bad, so critically damned, that Disney took the project away from them. So, I mean, you don't want to rush things, especially big projects like that. Because, I mean, Secret Invasion in the comic books, that was a big deal.
Yeah.
That was a game changer for Marvel,
And I mean,
comic book wise.
some of the things I've read, apparently this had some serious ramifications towards some of the movies.
Yeah, the director of the series is of Secret Invasion. I read an article while I was outside spoken. He's in hiding.
Well, no, I meant like some of the like information that was revealed, like has some serious ramifications about some of the previous movies that are already out.
Yeah, that's why he's in hiding, because a lot of fans are very, very angry about those revelations that we can't talk about because we're streaming and nobody likes spoilers.
I mean, it's very dependent upon the spoilers. It's like recent things or things that I actually care about. Try to keep out, but there are some things where it's just like I don't care, or it's just too far in the past that it just doesn't matter.
Why take the risk of bringing you bad publicity? Keep my trap shut. Unless we're talking about Star Wars, then I'm going to unload.
At last, the night
I shouldn't even care anyways. I canceled my Disney Plus and I canceled my HBO Max. All I have left is Netflix.
Netflix is getting a live-action Assassin's Creed series.
Well, I'm waiting for their Chronicles of Narnia series, and if they butcher that, I'm going to cancel them too. But the Assassin's Creed series sounds promising.
Yeah, I think that was a recent announcement that they were getting a live-action series.
I wish Netflix could have found a way to keep the rights to The Punisher. Or at least borrowed the rights long enough to keep making the series. I really enjoyed that Netflix series.
Well, they
really enjoyed it.
didn't have the rights. They just had basically the distribution for the show.
But I'm assuming that ran out, right?
Yes. Without being
and they couldn't run.
Well,
without being renewed.
Disney didn't want to renew it with them.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's Disney done with it? Nothing. They could have made money off of Netflix if they wanted to. They pretty much sat on it. John Barathol was an amazing Punisher. I thought the first season was just beautiful. I mean, in its own way. I mean, the Punisher is also a big deal because, I mean, recently Marvel had to change his Punisher skull because they were tired of, well, real people using it.
The time of prophecy has come, knights. Lilith flees to the gate to hell. I will slay her in that cesspit she calls home, and open the way to the heavens. All is as fate decreed. A spear of light, piercing hatred's heart. You who die in battle today, die heaven-bound. Rally the troops at the palace. We march on hell. And after that, your plan? The Horadrim. Always chasing after the battles of your betters. The angels don't need you. The stone, Doran. We don't need the bloody angels either. The hubris. You boast of a mere fragment of what this once was. The world stone. Debased in the hands of fools. Lilith dies by my blade. Prophecy has foretold it.
Well, that doesn't mean you're necessarily the one to be carrying your blade at the time.
Well, the first mistake was showing the Soul Stone in the first place.
Well, yeah, that doesn't help.
Same as before. This changes nothing.
Illusion rule number 1, never show your hand.
Or show your hand, as it may help you in the long run.
Okay. North rule number 1, never show your hand.
What rule number 1? Did he say north?
Yeah, north.
No, well, I would...
North rule number 1.
I'd have to disagree with it, just mainly because at times showing your hand might actually give you more advantage than not.
Nah.
You have to take into account what your objectives are, what potential outcomes are. If you've got a bad hand, it might be better to just reveal it.
Nope, I prefer to take the Ivar the Boneless approach. When he took the city of York, and the Englishmen, or the early Englishmen came to take it back, he sent out a small army that they thought was the full force. Beat it, went into the city, and it turns out that the full force was actually underneath the city, and they came out and slaughtered everybody that was in the city. So, never show your hand.
Well, I mean, show your hand comes with risks, but like I said, sometimes the risks are worth the reward is worth the risk. It's entirely dependent.
The reward is only worth it when I can minimize the risk.
Minimizing is nice, but not always can you actually pull that off. So it's you have to weigh your risk with your reward and make sure that it at least
You've come back to us.
is always more in your favor than not.
Blessed be the light.
Well, not everybody can be Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar was a big fan of what you're talking about. High risk, high reward. That was all Caesar. Genghis Khan, on the other hand, he was a little tactical.
But see, that's it. That's just it. Sometimes be fully tactical. You have to lose sometimes in order to win.
At least he doesn't have to see you lose this.
Tell that to Alexander the Great. He never lost.
Stand down, brethren.
But he also had one of the biggest armies that the world had ever seen, too. Because he played your game. He would take over a place, make friends with them, incorporate their men into his army, and then just keep going. And kept incorporating more and more and more.
Inarius awaits us at the mouths.
But Caesar, that was a man's man for you.
I mean, is that a slower method? Or my method is slower? Yes. But it definitely...
It's more effective.
It's long-term more effective.
As do we. We'll move faster together.
I spent again. Alexander the Great died at 33, and the 4 doofus generals take over and split everything up.
May accompany us to the gate. The day of prophecy is upon us. The Father will slay Lilith in hell and lift his faithful up to heaven. To the palace.
Are we there yet?
No. We gotta walk along with these people.
Sister Prava. Prava, whatever.
We gotta follow along and watch how stupid they are.
Although the cutscene coming up is one of my favorites. Probably one of my, if I had like a top 25 favorite video game cinematics, this one would be part of it.
I don't know, Yakuza's had some great ones for me. Both, and some of them serious, some of them just absolutely funny.
Go. We'll handle things here.
Okay, time to go up the ladder here. Oh, hi! This is not a good place to be.
How many viewers do you have, Illusion?
and that is probably my alt account over on my other computer.
It's disappointing.
I'm used to it. Anymore, I generally don't even watch. Especially ever since I've turned to doing PNG tubing, because it's like, it's far more relaxing not having my own face on camera. I've been a lot less nervous and anxious about actually going live. Ooh, kill 45 monsters in 8 seconds. Woohoo! Did North get... Yeah, North dropped out of voice.
Hold our position.
Laura, a word, please.
I am going to grab a drink real quick. Ow. My knee's cracked as I got up. Okay. Now have a drink, because my throat is parched. And I am back.
We can't trust her.
Yes, but they've an army, and we share a goal.
For now.
I didn't even know you left.
Well, that's because you disconnected.
Yeah, that's because I accidentally hit my update all thing, and Discord was one of the things I did.
Yeah, no,
So
I figured,
I was sitting here going, hello? Hello?
I figured while you were disconnected, I would go through and grab a drink.
Sell some stuff.
I need you over here.
Oh. Yep, I'm coming. I'm coming. Where you at? Aha, here we go.
Whatever you did, it worked.
I went and hit a button. Well, that's... Oh, I don't have any whispering keys. Okay.
I do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
see if it pops for you.
it doesn't.
Ah. That's disappointing.
I already knew that from my adventures with Kuroi.
How's Kuroi doing these days?
Not too bad. I'm not going to say what's going on with them right now specifically, but things are going well.
How about Goosey? Haven't heard from him in a minute.
He stopped by the other day. He wasn't exactly entirely thrilled with that move to being a PNG tuber, but he's doing okay.
Remind me what PNG is again.
So, if you look at my stream, and rather than being a face cam, it's just like an animated picture.
Oh, okay, all right. So yeah, you told me about that.
So, but I don't think I'm using trample at all. What am I using? Yeah, debilitating roar and pulverize.
Money. Need lots of gold where I'm going because I'm gonna die a lot. But that's back in my world.
Ah.
Good old torment. Good old torment. Need lots of gold.
Thank heavens you're here. I convinced them not to go without you.
I'm not that far yet.
You'll get there.
But you shouldn't have thrown away the stone, either.
We have a heading. Mephisto shelters in the Cathedral of Hatred. Across the Sea of Fire, Astaroth's domain. I'd wager that's why Lilith freed him in Skosgard. That's where we'll find her.
And what then? We don't have the stone.
Enough, Donan!
It's up to me to stop her, right?
Descend to the gates of hell with your
You've
allies.
been hounding me about this and that non-stop. Can you drop it for once?
It's not about me hounding you. It's
Enough! You're both so smart usually.
Usually.
Not today. Yes, the stone is gone. Instead of arguing, let's do something about it. If Inarius has it, let's take it back.
She speaks sense.
defeat.
No, not Lilith. You're all wrong about that. The stone should be safe to Mephisto, her maker, the prime evil. You know his powers of manipulation. His hatred has already poisoned us. Even Lilith fears him. Why don't you?
Are you done?
I am now. Think on what I've said, all right?
Let's see what vision these blood petals will give me.
I can sense your fear, Father.
You know, I gotta admit, Lilith is pretty good looking.
She's not the worst looking demon.
Oh no, not at all. I can see why Elias was enamored with her.
But I mean, for me, unfortunately the horns just kind of ruined everything.
Well, also keep in mind she can shapeshift too, so.
Yeah, but still wouldn't be right to request that of her.
Of course not.
She deserves someone that actually accepts her for what her true form is.
Oh, well, that would be me. I could get past the horns. I just wouldn't want to. Yeah.
I mean, I could probably I could get past the emotionally everything. It's just physically I'm not attracted to that.
You do know the lore between her and Anarius, right?
No, not really.
Well, Anarius and her are the father and mother of humankind.
Okay.
Anarius got captured in a battle, and Mephisto took him back to his realm. Well, Lilith, obviously being the daughter of Mephisto, was put in charge of torturing Anarius, and they fell in love. And then shenanigans ensued. They built Sanctuary, i.e., the world that we're in right now, and the other angels and demons found out about it, and wars erupted over Sanctuary until finally the angels and demons came to an agreement that none of them would outright own it. And part of that deal was the angels gave Anarius over to the legions of hell again. So Lilith got imprisoned a couple times, escaped a couple times, and then Anarius eventually got out. But when he got out, he blamed Lilith for everything that went south, and here we are, cleaning up his mess.
So, in other words, he can't take responsibility for his own damn actions.
It would be correct. Oh, and another important thing is the angels wouldn't have him back. He was too much of a rogue. And they never forgave him for having relations with a demon.
Well,
so there's that.
I wouldn't. I disagree with them on that being a thing, but I'm not a member of their society, so.
Yep, that's pretty much Anarius and Lilith in a nutshell. There's a crap ton more lore to be packed into that. I need to go back and sell. Because for once, I'm actually out of space.
I'm out of space too, so. I guess I will return. I will return and do the needful.
My favorite part of adventuring. Money.
Father bless. What do you need?
I get to sell all my hard-earned spoils.
I don't know, I've been salvaging everything.
Yeah, I did that for a hot minute. I got plenty of stuff. I need gold. I need lots of gold. Repairing my armor, affixing new stuff.
Oh, wait, I need the ends over here, because I should probably just drop all these gems in my vault.
I got plenty of gems. There we go.
Well, considering half my inventory is gems at the moment of various qualities.
I kept 50. I got 50 of each, which is the max amount you can hold in each slot, but I don't need to fill every slot. Hey. Now we got aspects. There was a bunch of crap armor anyways. Bring Nephilim Rifts back. Those were fun to ride. Lots of good stuff.
We'll know soon. Stand back, and I'll dispel the flames. Tawny so silent. Demons!
You must wait a moment.
Tani sotai leikitos.
This is where the proper battle was fought.
We didn't stand a chance.
Fodder for a broken angel's ambitions. Keep moving.
The blue object there, I figure, is something important.
It's Prava. Even she didn't survive this.
There's something underneath her. I know that glow. It's the soul stone.
The battle is not over. The father is hunting Lilith. In the spire. Across this infernal wasteland. Salvation is coming.
Not Not for these knights you led to hell. Not for you either.
Brother.
You're just a tool of someone who doesn't give a damn about any of us. And a thief. You had the stone the whole time we were helping you in Chaldean, didn't you?
Inarius entrusted it to me, and... Wait. You took it? Insolent heretic! Servants of darkness! You will all be damned!
Leave her. She's poisoned with hatred.
Well, considering where we're at, we're all kind of damned already.
Remember why we're here. What we're fighting against.
Not really. In this world, I mean, if you wanted to walk, I mean, if you really wanted to walk into hell, you could.
A little something.
Well, yes.
Numb the pain and get her moving.
But, in essence, by the definition of the term, you're damning yourself by doing so.
Well, I mean, you have to be stupid.
Well,
I mean, quite frankly,
right here,
I mean, very few.
The cathedral is in shambles.
they're all idiots. They all walked willingly into hell.
Stick together. Find that spire Prava spoke of.
But I mean, also, we don't have a choice either. We don't have a choice.
Hey, Balrogs.
Huh. I'm surprised the Tolkien estate hasn't sued.
I don't think they have a copyright on the term.
I contest that because I know they sued Dungeons and Dragons over their use of Balrog.
Yes, but I don't think they've won that.
They did. Actually, I'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure they won. Or maybe they didn't. I don't know. I thought they did, but now that I'm thinking about it, so many demons. And so much loot. Crap, I'm almost got a full bag again.
So she decided to run away rather than take her loss like a demon.
Pretty much. Congratulations on your Demon Slayer challenge.
Thank you. Oh.
You're not half bad at taking charge, Don. I can see why you were that big man in Skosgwar.
Was that a compliment? Someone write this down. Memorialize the moment.
It's not like I haven't given you one before. There was that other time.
Oh, yes. The ground is shifting.
You're just noticing that now?
Prepare yourselves.
Ow! Ow! You quit that!
I must wait a moment.
Holy shnikes. Illusion, what is it say for his level on your side of the bar there?
49.
It's a 79 on mine.
Well, yeah.
Well, none of the enemies we faced up so far has been 79.
Oh, that's odd, because usually, at least when I was grouping with Croy, when they were higher level than me, it was matching their level.
Up till now, it hasn't been matching my level at all.
Not that I'm doing much of anything to this guy, but... Well, we beat the thing, now what?
There it is.
Bloody hell.
Lorath, are you?
Just catching my breath.
He's getting old.
I see the spire up ahead.
Give him a moment.
Come on.
Any sign of Lilith? Lilith was here. I see the blood petals.
See what these blood petals have to say.
One of the best scenes in the game.
May we fight true in his holy name. Blessed be the light.
I don't know, Narius. I think Doom Guy would come in and show you how it's done. Well, Doom Guy, aka Taggart Flynn. Or no, Flynn Taggart, that's his name.
Do you remember them, Narius? The whispers of the damned.
Words will not cease. Show yourself. deceived me.
Why, Anarius? What are you truly after?
My rightful place is in the heavens.
Is that why you seek to destroy all that we created?
Sanctuary is an abomination!
And our son.
I made it right. To satisfy the heavens.
Tell me, did they rejoice? No. They do not want you. In his glory.
See now the work of your faith!
It is done.
No, not at all.
All ends.
No. We made a choice. And that they can never forgive. No matter what you tell yourself or who you sacrifice. Silence is their judgment.
But I set things right. What more would you have me do? Tell me. Please. Tell me.
You're in the wrong place to be asking questions like that.
Do not speak to you anymore.
Protect me!
No. You belong in hell.
I'm kind of dissatisfied with the fact that I didn't get to be the one to fight and kill Anarius. I've been wanting to do that since I first met him.
What happened?
Lilith.
Well,
She tore off Anarius's wings.
something tells me Anarius isn't done. They left it pretty open.
Wanted the angel to suffer before she ended him.
Then the prophecy was wrong. A spear of light piercing hatred's heart.
Maybe not. Lilith is wounded too.
If she's hurt, it will be easier
Can
to
you hear me?
keep her in the
Yeah, I
city.
can hear you.
We cannot stop.
I was
Oh,
just listening to the
perfect.
cutscene here at the moment. I mean, if they do bring him back, it's not. I don't think it's going to be as an angel.
Well, no, because when at least in this world, when angels lose their wings, they become mortal. That's how Tyrael became mortal. But he ripped his own wings off. He chose it.
I will prepare the sightless eye.
The eye? What do you mean?
But they might bring Narnius back in some DLC. Because, I mean, angels can be twisted into demons.
Yeah.
There was quite a few angels in Diablo lore that happened to.
I know it happened the last time the eye was used. I know it didn't end well.
Do you have a better idea? Any of you? That's what I thought.
You're bleeding.
I'm fine. But, Lorith is right. The eye is the only advantage we have. The only way to find Lilith. There is no time to waste.
I mean, there's always time to waste.
So, here you are at last, to collect your safe passage to the Cathedral of Hatred. And you look less well than when I saw you last. I would not be so certain of victory.
Fulfill the promise you made to me.
Of course, daughter of hatred. With my gift, you will face your father. We all return home in the end.
Yeah, we know you can see it.
Foolish of you to use the eye again.
What is this? Where am I?
A prisoner in your own mind. I could keep you here forever. But I will offer you a different fate. You could be Sanctuary's greatest protector. But only if you choose to. I will show you why the world has need of you.
Don't go running too far ahead.
My blood. I have been a part of you. I always will be. I carry your hopes and fears in my heart. I gifted humans with free will, but they are lost without a shepherd to guide them. flock to these theaters disguised as temples, where false saviors tell them fairy tales of good and evil.
I will say, I do not mind I actually rather enjoy hearing Lilith's voice.
Yeah, voice actor, she's probably done quite a bit.
And people submit the world through a child's eyes. But you know, it is all
The Horadrim know the truth.
yes, but they are only keepers of knowledge. They cannot do what you do.
I'm sorry, Missy. I'm sorry. It's so dark. I repented. Do you think I was too late?
My son was wiser than even the Horadrim. But it was not in his nature to be a shepherd either. His prophecy was a warning. But rather than use it to unite the sanctuary, he let it breed chaos.
There's a stupid snake again.
Elias.
You must see that thing on my nightmares.
They wanted so badly to see their own meaning in the prophecy. They were blind to the simple truth of it. We are prisoners of the eternal conflict, the pawns of angels and demons. It will always be a part of us. We must fight to survive. It was so human of Anarius to think the prophecy was all about him. Or perhaps your kind inherited that vanity from him.
Blessed Mother, save us.
Elias thought I was the one to save Sanctuary. But he was wrong. A human must lead the flock of humans. You.
I am no one's savior.
The true shepherd never thinks so. But look at your life. People see hope in you. Her only fault was focusing your love on me instead of the true enemy.
Sorry about that. I was looking at Amazon.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Looking to see how much Liquid Death costs on Amazon.
And terror are forever. We will always need to fight them. But we can turn
And they need black tea.
the eternal conflict.
What the? Give me some of that. Try.
It starts here.
It's interesting what you can find on Amazon.
And you.
Oh yeah, lots of good stuff.
To come.
I've been very tempted at times of ordering some of the
Simply
Kit Kat varieties that are only in Japan.
Sanctuary.
Kit Kat, like the candy bar.
Yeah. They've got like 40 flavors that are exclusive to Japan.
I will never take your hand.
I don't think it's that many, but I know they have quite a few.
Then this is the future that awaits you. I will keep you shackled here.
I started like taking that deal.
Do what? Your game sound drowned you out.
Oh, so I'm trying to turn it down here. That last cutscene. I would have taken the deal Lilith made.
Need help. Take the gateway. It is your
Cave in the mountains. This is where Mephisto found me.
It would have made for a good story, I think.
I think both would make it for a good story, just different directions of taking it.
And that would have been interesting to see. I mean, the game would have to be bigger in order to do that kind of a story.
But I mean, you'd also kind of have to base more upon choices of the game from the very beginning.
keep helping me. Look where
Well,
we
yeah, like,
stand.
And then you're going to have people who are going to be upset because they're,
Dismal little cave.
when they make the next sequel, it's like, but now you've made one of those answers canon, and it's not my answers, so how dare you?
I won't lie.
I mean, that just leads into the beauty of the Elder Scrolls, where, I mean, that's another story for another discussion for another time. But they could have, I don't know, like Champions of Norath,
Right
the sequel to that, right at the beginning of the game, you could choose evil or good.
Yeah.
And then you basically just got to...
I mean, you could do the same thing with Mass Effect, but people were still unhappy at the fact that there is a set canon story arc.
My blessing will guide you. Without fear.
Yeah, and I get that. I understand that. It's kind of like if Elder Scrolls 6, if they make it canon that the Stormcloaks lost, then I'll probably be a little bit salty. But personally, I think the Stormcloaks winning the Civil War actually sets it up for a better game. It sets it up for a lot more stuff to actually take place. So, but I mean, the whole point of the Elder Scrolls is everything is fluid. You might be playing in one world, but it may be, it's just weird how they do it, but it's beautiful at the same time.
Oh, that's kind of what I like, right from the very beginning, because I started playing a game called Harvestella the other day. It's basically like, right from the very beginning, it's like, this is your personal world. You create it. So it's like, even if there is a canon story, if you choose to do other things other than what anything else, there is no canon because there is no one set world.
I remember like in Elder Scrolls, it's basically called a Dragon Break. And basically a Dragon Break is an event where all the different events happened at once, simultaneously. So I mean, that's how they get away with it. I personally like the idea of Dragon Breaks, but it doesn't work for everything either.
Ow!
I got you. They can't kill me.
Oh, they can certainly kill me.
Well, that's what I'm here for. I'm the backup. Cha-ching! But honestly, the reason why I would have taken Lilith this deal is because Mephisto's one of the primevals. Lilith is not a primeval. She's the daughter of one, but she's not a primeval. The primevals are bad juju, especially Diablo. Diablo is the worst of all the primevals. What were you gonna say?
Well, it's like, yeah, I mean, they built, what, 4 games around him?
I'm not ready.
3. But the other demons played a part in it too. Like I think in Diablo, well, Diablo 1 was Diablo. Diablo 2 had Baal. And then and a couple other ones. And then Diablo 3, you had Belial, Astaroth, Vidian, a bunch of other minor demons combined with. And then, of course, the aspect of death for the DLC, which I thought he was 10 times harder than Diablo.
Don't even think of burying me here, you bastard.
I'm too damn old to haul your body out of hell. So move you out. Let me see.
I haven't taken orders from you in years, Lilith. I see no reason to start now.
You should have come to me instead of the cathedral. I would have shown up for you. Shared your burden.
I know. And perhaps things would have gone differently with Scott's claim. And with Yoren. Was it enough? Will he think it was enough?
Yes. More than enough.
I'm sorry about Dolan.
What's done is done. What did you learn from the eye?
Lilith tried to trap me. Before that, I saw her cross a great sea of fire. Beyond it lay her father's domain.
We are too late.
We can't give up now. We have the stone. What should we do?
I don't know. I always thought if I didn't survive, you'd be the one to finish this. You've always had the steady hand, not me. Trust your gut. It's the reason we've made it this far.
Okay.
We're almost done.
I kind of figured that.
You gave everything.
I mean, considering where we are, I figure we're pretty close to the end of the game.
We literally have one more fight. That's it.
You've made it back. Good.
What does he mean?
This fiend helped me escape from Lilith.
Wait, I've read of such a wolf. No. Mephisto. You trusted a prime evil?
Trust had no part in it. Your friend saw reason instead. As should you. If Lilith takes my essence, Sanctuary is lost.
What do you propose?
No proposals. I offer only my aid.
Maybe Crowley needs some catnip. Maybe that'll chill him out.
But you must hurry. Lilith is
Need to go to a dispensary, find some high grade stuff. Get him some lemon Death Star.
You've arrived before Lilith, but she is close.
What now?
We can set an ambush. I distract her. You trap her in the Salt Stone. Yes.
Something isn't right. Mephisto led you to this moment. We're in his realm. Should we really be doing what he wants? Between him and Lilith, he is the greater evil.
You want to use the stone on him? Think carefully. That path would lead to failure for all of us. Must be here to do that.
He's afraid.
It could work. We imprison Mephisto in the stone. Get back to Lorath.
Then we seal the gates of hell behind us and leave Lilith here.
She'll catch you before you escape. And if I'm trapped in the stone when she does, she will take my power. Don't let your hate for me blind you to common sense. Mirel, I can't trust my thoughts about Mephisto, but I trust yours. Do what you think is right. Your lives and those of all humanity depend on what you do next. Choose wisely. Have sealed your fate.
Let us pray that worked. Come on.
Lilith will hunt us down. I must end it.
I'll find Lorath. We'll make this right. And we'll wait for you at the chapel. This better not be the last time I see you. Understand?
No guarantees on that one.
You will learn pain, only glimpsed in myth.
Well, you're really picking up your game audio again.
Honestly, I love the cutscenes.
I don't blame you. It's just like with the way I've got my.
You're picking it up for my.
Well, yeah.
You're picking it up for my TV, but you weren't picking it up for my phone.
Well, no, that's how it's transmitting to me, is through your phone.
That's crazy. Well, no, I was playing a video on my phone, and you didn't hear the video.
Oh.
Earlier, but you could hear my TV. That's just phenomenal.
Your phone might have been filtering out the video.
That's a good point. Oh, she got us both?
Yeah. I didn't know that wasn't... I didn't know I wasn't supposed to be there.
Yeah, I think she got us both. That's why she took the 4 out from under us.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Excuse me.
Sanctuary was meant as an escape from the eternal conflict. And yet, here we are, again. I gave you free will, and you've squandered it, wasting it on a crusade you don't understand. You chose tyranny when offered freedom. A poor legacy for my gift. Without me, you would have no victory. And its cost will be more than you can pay.
Let's see, we got a new axe.
I don't remember picking that up.
Picking what up?
Did you get a ring called the Mother's Embrace?
Yeah.
It must be common. I might have picked it up then. I might have picked it up earlier and just destroyed it and forgot about it.
I need my allies to do that.
It is done. Lilith is no more.
Is she trapped in the stall?
No. Mephisto is. He helped us reach the Cathedral of Hatred before Lilith did.
Of course. He had a hand in all of this from the beginning, didn't he?
We had to take the risk.
No. I understand. Where is the stall?
Lorel. She didn't come back to you.
No.
She must have already gone ahead to the desert chapel.
We'll go after her. Quickly. I need to bring Nolan and seal the gate to hell behind us. I will only slow you down.
You can't do this on your own, my friend. We came together. We leave together too.
Now, we are truly alone.
Oh, what? Oh, hey, Croy. Thank you for the raid.
Father and mother are dead. They made us in their image. Their conflict is a part of us.
I didn't even know you were streaming today.
But is there any truth to Lilith's vision? This mad idea that we can escape the eternal
Oh,
conflict?
that's because you never pinged anyone. Okay.
Or will we walk the same path of all children who rebel against their parents? So often we simply become them. These are not questions befitting an old man. I don't have much time left. This struggle is not mine anymore. All I can do is help the Wanderer and Neyrel avoid the fate of Rathma. And everyone else who tried and failed to overcome our flawed nature. Once we are back with Neyrel, we will find a way. We have to. Rest, girl, while you can. We'll be on the move again soon. She's gone. Why didn't she wait for us? Yes. Yes, that must be right. Yorin, Donan. We've lost so many to hatred. We can't lose Neyrel too. Come on. Will this never end?
Yosef, what do you want?
Step aside. I'm here for the Haradrim.
Can it wait? I'm off to bury a friend.
We'll dig his grave for you.
Well, that's kind. But who will dig yours?
The Haradrim have used their dark magics to bear a great evil into our world. Commit their wicked souls to the Father and retrieve the Soul Stone.
Did you pick up the decree?
Yes, I did. I just listened to it.
Yeah, she's got us branded as traitors.
Yep. And how was Baldur's Gate there, Kroy?
He saved my life in Nevesk. They were not our enemies.
But, yeah. I'm not surprised about being branded a traitor.
I don't have the time.
Takes, don't forget that. We're also heretics.
Yeah.
I am going to Scotsland. Donan deserves to be buried with his son.
I thought the dead deserve nothing, while the living are in danger.
I think I'm going to watch a couple streams of Baldur's Gate before I make a decision. Because, I don't know, that game just looks too beautiful to pass up. It really does.
I don't know. I watched a little clip earlier while I was at work of someone who stacked like 45 boxes on top of each other to get over a castle wall.
They just go through the door?
I don't know.
Find her. Once you're together,
I didn't have sound on.
meet me at Donan's estate.
Yeah, it's kind of like those players in Skyrim that would put baskets over the NPCs' heads so they could steal their stuff. Or maybe that was Morrowind. I think that was Morrowind.
You're too tired to do much with it tonight there, Kroy?
All right, can you finish this without me, brother?
I don't know.
Well, I think you just have like one cutscene left, and that's it.
I don't know what all I'm getting into. I'm gonna go
All
up
right,
to.
fine. I'm on my way. One last ride. Man, I like Joel with helmet better.
But thank you very much for your help.
We're close.
We're going to have to do this, we'll have to do this again.
Yep.
I do love me some Diablo. I just don't like paying the armorer all the money when I die. Got a real racket going on. I tell you what, I'd love to be a blacksmith in this game.
Not what I expected. But let's not give up hope. I thought you'd know me better by now. I am my mother's daughter. Where there's a lead, there's a way. And I'll follow it to the end.
No sign of her. That letter wasn't here before. She must have left it.
Did you ever play that game for PC, Heretic?
No, I didn't.
It was a fun game. And it was made by the same people who made Doom.
Yeah.
And if you use the codes for Doom, the cheat codes that like gave you infinite weapons and all that stuff, and Heretic, if you've used those codes, it would say you're a cheater. You get nothing but a stick, and you had to go through the whole game with nothing but a stick. Ah, the good old days.
Wait, what? I went the wrong place. That's why this doesn't
Of course
look
you
right.
did. And I'm right behind you. Oh, wait, no, you.
Why do I only hear one set of footsteps?
I must wait.
Because you only hear one pair of footsteps. That's why.
Man, why can't they do Wizards battles like they did on Conan?
I mean, it's just, that's just so cheesy as to be funny.
I mean, they did save a lot of money on, graphics.
I spent a lot of time learning this code, so I hope you remember how to read it, Lorath. Because you are the last Horadrim now. My mother would have wanted me to stay with you. She believed the Horadrim had all the answers. I don't know if she'd recognize this person I'm becoming. It's hard for me to think about her right now. But then I remember you and Donan. You weren't all-knowing Horadrim. You were bitter. You were uncertain. But you were always true friends. That's what I hold on to. Because there is so much further to go. Your imperfection gave me hope. And we will need it to face what comes next. To face him and his brothers. know how much time I have. But there has to be a better answer. And I have to find it. Alone. I know he'll want to go with me. But people have already died because I was not careful enough. I can't risk you too. If I've misjudged, the world is going to need you to survive. And clean up the mistakes I leave behind.
I figured that's pretty much the start for the next game.
DLC.
I know you don't want to hear this. But
Because, I mean, let's face it, it'll be 15 years before there's a Diablo 5, and they'll answer a lot of questions in DLC. I'm willing to bet on it.
They might answer some existing questions, but what comes next? And that's too big a thing.
Oh, we didn't face a primeval in this game. I mean, none of the demons we fought were primevals.
Yeah.
So, and honestly, like I said, and a lot of people would probably disagree with me, but we should have taken Lilith's deal, because if she would have absorbed her father's power, she could have defeated the other two primevals, hands down. But she also had no problem killing innocent people too, and that in itself is a problem. So I don't know. It's one of those. I don't know. That's a tough question. But as in all things, I blame Illusion for all of it.
Why me? Why am I being blamed?
Because you didn't take Lilith's deal.
I wouldn't have taken Lilith's deal even if they gave me a choice of actually making the deal.
Well, I mean, and the thing about fighting the primevals is it's a never-ending thing because they just reconstitute. Like, I'm willing to bet. I'd have to look into her lore, but I think Lilith could. Actually, yeah, she can reconstitute. But then again, I don't think anybody's ever outright defeated her. I think she's been banished, she's been bound, she's been trapped. I don't think she's ever been killed. But the primevals are different. You can kill them. They just go back to hell and reconstitute. That's why you need the soul stones.
Well, now you got chat blaming me too.
You're welcome.
Asshole.
You're welcome. And on that note, I am out, sir.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining me here this evening there, North.
Please invite me to play again, Illusion. It was great.
Hey, just let me know a time, whether it be Diablo or anything else. I'm more than happy to sit down and play.
Will do, boss. Yep, probably more Diablo, because there's lots of good stuff coming out. So, all right. Thanks, man. I will see you on the flip side.
See you later. But it does make me feel a little better about finally getting at least the main story for Diablo done. I didn't think it was going to take me quite this long to do all the finish up the story, but I thought we would have had it done sooner. And then because I had plans of going through and trying to finish up Judgment, since I finally got the last friend made on that game. It only took like 2 hours Well, even after getting the 10,000 skill points, it still took like another 2 hours of save scumming to try and get it to where I started with Wareme to then cheat my way into getting that last friend. I need to cap fame before I start the new character? Ah, I don't like that. Can't I just do that on the new character? I mean, I can't kill anything as a druid as is, so it doesn't make much difference to me. It's been so long since you played this now. Games you want to play need to quit coming out. I can fully understand that. I mean, I didn't quite enjoy any of the time I played Diablo 4 solo, but it's been one of my favorite games to play with other people. I have no idea who or what that was, but... But that is going to be all we do here tonight. We might come back and do some more of this here some other time, but for now, that'll be it. So, let's take a look and see who's out there to raid. Okay, I see who I want to raid. Just because they're playing a game I want to take a look at. When we move over, go ahead and copy and paste this into the chat. Thank you, everyone, for joining us here this evening. Thank you, Kroy, for the raid. I hope to see everyone again here sometime tomorrow, or well, maybe even later today, depending on your time zone, for more streams of something. But till then, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day.
From alerting bugs. Oh, that's useful.
I'll throw it in.
Standard bug. Higher chance to daze bugs. Oh, that's how that works. Oh god, some of these are things.